Hey everybody, welcome back to my channel where I build Swift apps live. We've been working on my subway app, Underway NYC. It's live in the App Store for Android and for iOS. We've been working on modeling how we can add the PATH service to our app here. So last week, we were working on UnderwayRoute, um, which used to be what we renamed to Underway NYCT route. BS Concept Baseball says, "Good afternoon. Hope you had a good weekend." I did. Thank you so much. I hope you did as well. And welcome back to the channel, by the way. Last week, we Underway route was just a list of the subway routes like this. We renamed it to Underway NYCT route for now, so that Underway route could now be an enumeration. It's going to be either a subway route or a path route. And because we have, because it's set up as an enumeration, the compiler will basically tell us where we need to make changes. That's both the beauty and the curse of Swift enums. I guess in JavaScript, you don't have to implement everything right away. It's more weakly typed. But in Swift, the strong type kind of forces me to fix all these compiler problems. But then I know for sure that I caught pretty much everything. And I do like to know that I caught pretty much everything. That makes me feel a lot better. Um, I did, said Devious Concept Baseball. Thank you. Excited to see what new changes you implement today. Thanks. Just continuing on this, adding the path trains, um, and it's gonna take a while. This is definitely kind of a big bite to chew off. Um, as I was saying, the compiler is kind of going to guide us on what we need to fix. Um, Also, last week we had the concept Underway trunk, which we renamed to Underway NYCT trunk. So we can see JZ just like you would expect. This is just for, I think we do some filters based on these, especially for the service statuses. So it looks like that's all the build errors in this file. Let's keep on going. Let's see. So this file is for making searches in the database for filtering um, based on the routes in a trunk to get service alerts reported by the MDA for those routes. And the error is NYCT route requires, oh, this needs to conform to SQL expressible. I need to use raw value. Um, I'm not exactly sure. Um, I think, I think, um, let's see. Uh, it's looking for a way to convert these routes to database values. And because I did a rename, I'm guessing that we need to add conformance to database value convertible, or at least SQL expressible to our new type here. And I'm trying to remember where exactly I did that. For, UnderwayRoute. Maybe I can search in this folder. Select the groups. Maybe it's convertible, probably convertible or convertible. I guess we'll try. Well, we can search the name of the type. Database value convertible. Search for. So this is our search folder. We have there. So yeah, so here we have UnderwayRoute as database value convertible, and we need to also add conformance for the UnderwayCT route that we defined last week. Let's go ahead and add that conformance. And I think it's going to look very similar. And let's see if that fixes some errors. I mean, I know we're going to have lots and lots of errors still. It looks like the error is no longer here. So we did fix that. And I'm so glad to hear that you're excited. That gets me pumped up. I love it when people care about transit and the work that I'm doing. Okay, so the next error at the top of the compiler's list is the MTA badge key. Now, the MTA badge key, it's almost analogous to UnderwayRoute. I guess this is for specifically for we're talking about which graphic to show for that route, and sometimes there's other graphics too, like the there's the ADA, the wheelchair one. And I think there's a bus one too. Like there's no T route. Yeah, SB is the shuttle bus. For devious concept. Baseball asks, what inspired you to create this app? Well, back in 2014, I just could not find an app that I liked for the subway. And I tried for a whole year from 2014 to 2015 to make other subway apps work for me, and I didn't like them. They were too many taps to get to what I wanted to see. So in 2015, I started writing some code for just tap on the map and see what the trains are. And so that's what I did in 2015. And in 2016, we launched in the App Store. It's been a fun ride ever since. We've been a little shy about promoting ourselves. We are a little shy. That's okay. We're trying to be more open now. One of those ways we're doing that is streaming my work on it. Hopefully get people interested in the app, transit in general. It's all good stuff. So what routes does it think it's once the path name's on here too? Oh, no thanks. Although, actually, if we rename MTA badge key to just be like badge key, then it could be how we create all the badges, not just the MTA badges. There's nothing really particularly specific to the MTA for you know, these, it's just an image. Uh, yeah. So we can make these whatever we want, I guess. Do we want to? What does this extend? This extends. Hey, badge. Did we add? We did. We did add. We did add cases. DVS concept baseball says that's awesome. Even like most ideas start out as a way to make our own lives more efficient. Yeah, for sure. I mean, just it's summer. It's 10 p.m. or it's 1 a.m. You just got out of a show, maybe a little tipsy, and you're like just sitting there in the train station, sweaty, wondering if a train is even going to come or not. And they just want to know if the train's coming. Um, that was also one of the huge motivators for making this app. Nowadays, there's many apps out there, but I mean, I still think mine's the best for how I use the subway. Thank you so much. And of course, now that we're traveling, other places other than New York, I mean, it's like riding New Jersey Transit, riding the Path, and my app doesn't support these other use cases. Uh, so yeah, I want to get the Path in there. This concept baseball says, I've been there, lol. I just end up taking a cab after waiting 15 minutes. Yeah, sometimes they're not so forthcoming with when there's like an error in the subway, and so I wanted to make sure to flag that stuff as well. So here we're gonna revert it, or sorry, invert it. So here we're coming from a string. Oh wait, although this is only used from a like showing an MTA service alert. This is actually, yeah, this is not worth implementing just yet. When we get there, we'll know for sure what to do. So this is trip page stuff. I want to hold off a second on that, especially since the path we're not going to be able to show trips because the path does not show IDs, does not have train IDs. Let's see. What are we supposed to be doing here? This is the direction style. I think we just meant to return this. Say self equals. And this is in which direction the train is. Um, I really wish I had the simulator up so I could show what these screens look like. PBS concept baseball says, let's make a couple calls for work. I'll be working on the stream for the next few minutes. Cool, really appreciate that. Appreciate any kind of support. Likes, follows, lurks. It's all good stuff. Thank you so much. Hope your calls go well. Let's see. I guess we were saying, oof. I want to try to come back to this. Oh, let's go to a different error. Yeah, so this is getting the size of these keys. I think we're just going to use the default size, 21 by 21. Let's add in the path cases here. And we have to get a drawing method for these things. Do I have paint code installed here? Paint code is one way to have it registered elsewhere. I guess I didn't register it. Um, yeah, you know, paint code is one way to easily redraw stuff. So you can save some space in your app. And it's more easy to scale and swap stuff out. I guess for here, let's see, do I want to do this in paint code? Sure, why not? Let's open up recent stuff. Let's open up our style kit. Dev. WhatsApp. Oh, wait. Images? Assets. Here it is. Yeah, so this is how I draw the badges in our app. And I'm going to add a path up here. So we're going to copy, paste, rename, and we don't need the letter for these path trains. And I guess I was thinking, let's go to the path website. We could kind of draw these ourselves. Let's see. Yeah, it's just these little circles here. Look at the map. Here's the map. There we go. Path. Not really a good visual for what these look like. So I think I'm gonna go with my original idea of just like a circle with that color. Always improve it later. Oh, I think it'll be a fantastic start. We're gonna check in with my New Jersey friends. Yeah, so how do we get these colors? I think I actually imported that already. I think I did. Yeah, here we go. But did I? I really thought I pulled in these. Uh, pulled these in. I just want to make sure that I'm not duplicating work. So on underway route, match color. So oh, interesting. So I guess this is underway. Oh, that's missing. Well, this is, I don't remember exactly where I'm using this. We can just fill in the path ones. It's returning nil. It seems like that's what I'm using most of these. Getting into train stuff in a not seeing where the route colors were. I'm so sure that I brought them in. Maybe I'll look at my commit. Um, in here it looks like a this is moving it to NYCT. Okay, I mean, I guess I didn't bring it in like I thought I did. So let's go ahead and bring it in. And so the way we want to do that is there should be a line color hex on UnderwayRoute itself, and it'll delegate down. It should cause a build failure. It does. Um, let's make a new file here. Path route. Oh, of course. Rename. We already renamed this file. I like having the name of the method as the name of the file. If not, I think it's easier to find where files are. Switch on ourselves. Then we can copy paste from the API. Let's close the other tabs. Open up a response from the Path API. hit that up again. It says GitHub. Here we go. Set up this endpoint. Latest stuff. And this is I actually don't have these memorized yet. This is the English to me. Because how I did this, I guess I didn't commit it or something. Um, how do we get these all on screen at the same time? Cool. So we're gonna have to find some way to support a two-color one here. Obviously, this doesn't have it. Um, yeah. Open 33rd Street. It's this color. Just third. You can see maybe we could have a like a secondary color or something. Would be null for everyone except for this one. That's getting a little ahead of ourselves. We're not using that anywhere yet. That's all the colors. So let's make this full screen again. Oh, right. We were in the middle of making badges for these guys. Right. So let's add some colors in here. And am I using this? I guess I have it so that each one has its own method. I guess that's fine. We're just changing the color of a circle, so it feels a little repetitive, except for the fact that we do our SVG exports from here as well. So I think it ends up making yeah. Put that to fill. Perfect. Copy. How many colors are there? There's like how many unique colors are there? 1, 2, 4. Oh, but then we'll also need the one that's split. yellow, yellow. I guess we need one more green. I'm unfortunate that this doesn't get the full train name. That's okay. Let's continue to fill out these colors. Orange just yellow line. I misnamed this all this time. It's like yellowish here, orangish here. I guess yellow's a fine enough name. We'll be open to feedback. I mean, we're never going to show this to this color. We're going to show the color to users, not the name of the color to users. So it doesn't matter that much. Doesn't matter to me. Blue, we can put here. Fill. Yellow, we can put fill. Green, fill. And then for this one, I guess we need to do just a little bit of work. Probably to make like a intersection or difference or something. Can we copy this? Okay, so where's the x 25, 15. Oh, it's over 10. And we want to make this right? So I guess we need to make a square in here and then subtract. Rectangle here and then difference. Cool. So then here we can connect it to that and decide blue. There you go. There is our split, split path icon. Blue on the left. Cool. Let's save that, and then we can export this. Now this is going to export Swift code to create these. That's fine. And now we can implement this switch. So each of I make a mistake. And then export looks like a lot of stuff kind of disappeared. Some stuff stayed around, oddly enough. Oh, oh, I need to find my license and register this. Oh my, it's not fun for on stream, is it? Um, hmm, it's not fun for on stream at all. I can find it on my phone. Might have to do one of those BRBs to get this registered. It is. Okay, I'm gonna type this in. I will be right back. Getting this going. Typing in my license key. Valid serial number. I put it in wrong. Find my license key. Oh, that was the wrong license key. Let's try this license key. There we go. All registered. Okay, let's try the export again. Okay, now let's try building. Build kind of as expected. Just remember SB. Okay, that's a little surprising. SB color. Maybe there's just a small configuration error in my paint code. Have this here. Add our path trains. Oh, what color did I give? Yeah, call these path. Path. Oh, okay. Yeah, so we're hooking up the color to the badge here. Lowercase everything. Which is green. We gotta figure out, where did our shuttle bus method go? Um, try compiling one more time. Still not there. Is this? Just lost the export window. Okay. I wonder if we got like named something else, because it has the drawing method here. It's the joys of programming. It's called badge SB. Really a badge, but okay. Yeah, well, it's like those are all drawn, and we don't get to see a preview quite yet because we still have other errors. Whew. Now we're finally out to the trip section, and we need to make some fixes because only MTA routes have trip IDs, not path routes. Um, Actually, let's go ahead and commit all that. That was, yeah, we've got 15 files changed. Let's see, we added the line colors, uh, badges, further fixes, I guess. Okay, so now we have just this trip stuff to deal with. As I've said a couple times now, path trains don't have trip IDs, so these are going to be MTA only. Um, yeah, which means correct. This is only NYCT route on this. I guess that means now we're going to have multiple kinds of arrivals in the feed. Oh man, such a big. This is such a big refactor adding in path trains. So what is this train? This train is a train for trip ID. This returns back a train. So I guess we can say this is MTA only for now. This is NYCT route. That's going to ripple some errors through. So I guess this is complaining that we have an NYCT route in our hands. We're trying to pass it to something that needs an UnderwayRoute. Just because we're not compiling right now, I kind of want to do this thing. Let's just rewrap it inside of the enum to make that happy. I mean, at some point we're going to have to come back to this train concept, like when we add in the other services like LIRR or Metro North. It's going to have to be UnderwayRoute again. Just there's going to be no path ones allowed because there aren't any. This is optional. Interesting. In fact, everything's optional here. Maybe we can allow it already. Yeah, let's go backwards just a tad. It's just I guess here we can do like a I guess here we can just return nil if it's an NYCT route. Because this does need to be an NYCT route. Although is there a change we can make inside of here? I mean, it just cascades so far down. For now, I would like to avoid dealing with the depths of that section of code. Yeah, so we check that this route is an NYC. Like these routes are NYCT routes on the trip ID because only NYCT routes have trip IDs. We're saying if it's there, we'll use that. We won't get it off the train, which is still a little bit more reusable. I guess kind of a similar thing here. Um, oh, this is this direction on the direction bound. Does the train have a direction on it? Otherwise, it does have a direction. Why can't we just say, we create this with the direction? Hopefully. Where is this other bird? The favorites widget. We're gonna have to delete that, I think, at some point. They've deprecated style widgets. We need to make a new widget for the app. Um, there's some new features in iOS 16 that I think will let's do that. So where's the actual? Well, the error is in the widget. Oh my god. This is this is just test code. This isn't anything at all. I mean, so where are we here? We are in the visual assets. Let's see. Can we just do the badge colors? For the hex versions of it. I guess we could search code base for that. Should be something already. Yeah, we have it. Oh, I see. But this can kind of move up back to UnderwayRoute. It just calls the line color hex. Uh, right, and it's here because right, because this is the visual assets. The core library gets used on the server, which doesn't have the concept of UI color. Failure. feel like trunk might become, well, we'll see how the modeling goes. This could become something else. Like I wonder if this becomes if the trunk becomes, when we get to LIRR and Metro North, maybe we'll have a better idea for what this needs to become. Right now, it's just a subway concept, I guess. Oh man, so many more errors. What are we trying to show here? Um, we're trying to get some badge keys to show. The MTA badge keys requires the types NYCT route, UnderwayRoute B. Well, they're not. I'm a little confused here. Um, routes for display here. Um, I think that MTA badge keys computed variable needs to also have one just for NYCT routes. I think that's the problem. Um, or we could just define it here. Like that, right? And now this collapses. It's a little bit nicer to read too. It's going to be on the list. Uh, favorite stuff. If we can come back to that. Um, wait, it should name this file here. Where is that thing? No results. Maybe we search in everything. Yeah, we have one right here. Oh, I guess this is all of them together. They're not separated, huh? It's not to wrap and unwrap. Maybe it makes sense to separate these. going to be this first part here. We'll do the same thing for path trains. Here, and once we copy this over, that now this simplifies a little bit. Just have it delegate to the methods that we just pulled out. Oh, well. Here we can collapse that in like we did on the other file. It's this. This is the connection screen. I think this just needs to take in a specific yeah, we're gonna have to really sort out these trip IDs in the future. I guess for now we can say these are just subway routes only for the connection screen. We're not going to have connections for path because again, we don't have they don't have trip IDs. This is interesting. So have maybe we need to do kind of that same thing we just did for the badge keys. Yeah, and split them out so that we can access this directly without having to rewrite it. Okay. Curly braces, suppose that out, and we'll do the same thing. Path. Space. Here, these will just delegate. This is just the key. Key. Oh, I deleted the switch statement. It's a little bit nicer. Um, this just fixed itself. I think it did. I think it was just taking itself a moment there. Named. This is renamed, so what's the problem here? Oh, taking a hot moment to fix itself. A little surprised about this. This is something newly defined. I'm kind of surprised about this. Oh, thinks it's calling itself. Did I rename this or something? Oh, that's what this error was. Okay. Lapses would be executed. What is route here? This should be NYCT route. I guess we can pop it back up. Here, I guess we can wrap them UnderwayRoute just to make this happy for now. I think. Oh, fix that, right? Kind of rewrap it back up. I think we want to attempt to generify this. Oh, I guess we want to flat map this. Thanks for curly. Like that. Eight. Out. Just we need simplified that. did. Okay, that's a good point to come in. So what's next? Is that the GitHub desktop app? Oh, no, this is an app called Tower. Um, what does that look like? It's free, also not for Windows. Gotcha, thanks. Yeah, I've been using this app for many years now. I've moved to a subscription model. I'm happy to pay it. I like this app a lot. I like it better than SourceTree. Um, I haven't tried the GitHub app, but I use, GitLab. I use Bitbucket. I don't use only GitHub. So I think we can try to start getting try to start showing in path stuff here, maybe. Let's go back to that popover controller. Let's what did we leave off here? All this code. Um, I guess who'd get it from the interpreter? Start to do any of this? Shortlist sections. I think I have some commented code somewhere in here. Um, see, so how could we do this? Do this quick and dirty, or want to do this sort of in a long-term way? I mean, we just spent all that time doing either underway routes separated from path routes. I feel like yeah, this comes from the database, right? Um, it's initiated with an application. Just go to the implementation. Search for this implementation. We have distinct station routes 4. So I guess this is I think this looks at a table in the database. And I guess this would be an update to the database. It's something that we tried to avoid last week. I think this week it's beginning of the week. Energy for this. Let's see here. I think I have a whole bunch of data in my data. Here's my map locations, and it's there. I have somewhere the station names with so I guess we're kind of at a crossroads. Like, where do we want to do the cut? Um, I guess this is looking at a map location ID. We're going to have different kinds of maps in the future. I feel like all this stuff needs to be sorted by the underway station name instead of the map location. But for now, we're still only on the one map, so maybe that's a refactor for later. Um, I guess it's not exactly that map location, right? Like, I guess except for 23rd Street, where they're right on top of each other, it looks like two different locations. Although, going to these stations, you know that they're basically connected underground. It's basically the same location. It's just kind of visual that it's separated. As far as how this app works, we kind of go by locations on the map. That's how, at least, I think about the subway system. I know other people too. That's why one of the reasons people have told me they like our app over other options. Yes, that was a huge refactor, and I guess, do I want to shimmy in the path stations into this location or treat them as a separate location? I guess for inspiration here at Columbus Circle, like, these are two different map locations. I mean, they go to the same underway station ID. It's kind of hard to tap on the other one because they're so close together. You can see that the arrow goes to a different one depending on which one was closer to where I tapped. So I guess these things could be a separate map location. Um, but for this map, maybe it doesn't quite make sense. I guess people would view 9th Street as a separate location, but these is the same set of stairs. These are the same set of stairs. You can get everything from the same set of stairs, from above ground to below ground. Um, yeah, so all that said, let's add some routes to our table here. We could add some map tappables as well. Let's hold off on that for now. What do I call these? Let's see. What did we say the base convertible values. Actually, I don't know how it's going to sort that out. Where was it? Let's search for where we defined database value convertibles. I know we looked at this earlier today. Can we limit it to? So it's going to use a raw value. I'm not sure what it's going to look like in the database. Um, come at this from a slightly different angle then. I'm modifying the database, which I do want to do. It's not right this second. Perhaps in our interactor, we say get the short length sections. You can also say arrivals for the station. There is a path station. I think we did something in memory first, right? Yeah, we have maybe a path station here. Here requires iOS 15 or newer. Yes. Version check. Does this compile? Oh, try and await. Okay. For now, I guess let's just print the error. Let me get this to file. Can I combine these ifs? Looks like I can. That's nice. So then I want to create a new one of these short list sections. And what does this take? Oh, there's no public initializer, I guess. Oh, there is. I really wish that it gave me some autocomplete help here. Oh, right. This is a section is a direction style and short list entry. Um, right. Um, so what is a key? A key is a tile. So I guess this is south north. And we get a bunch of short list entries. Um, can I append this to my list of sections? Wait, when we're waiting here, so I guess I need to go in a slightly different direction. I can't end here. I was expecting I could. I mean, I thought await meant this would happen, and then this would happen, and then finally this would happen at the end. Let's see, maybe let's need some entries in it. Um, this needs to start to go into a separate file or something. This is getting a little crowded in here. Um, I wonder if this should go into the Path API client. Just get this to compile. It'll always return nil for now. All this business into here. This business out as well for now. We still need the if available check. It was path API client. Section for it's underway station ID. Now let's try to append these together. Maybe that'll work better with concurrently executing code. Is this again? Yeah, let's do shortlist sections. Maybe we just need to do this twice instead of like, I mean, no, I should be able to conditionally append, concatenate two things together. See, does that compile? Like if we force unwrap it, I'm not gonna run with this. I just guess I'm asking the type checker to check my types. Not be applied towards operands at shortlist section. Oh, okay. There's no append e, is there? Huh. There's got to be a better way. Something like that. This feels a little overkill. Okay, so build succeeded. So let's try to make this a little bit nicer to look at. Maybe something like that. Is there an error? to the variable. Huh. So how is do this? Didn't complain here. Oh, I guess because we had it outside. I guess it's if we have a variable outside of await statements, we can't use it inside of await statements. I guess that makes some sense. Okay, so let's try again. At least we have a compiling spot now. Maybe I can do this as a as a lambda. Oh, else return nil, I guess. So let's see. I guess it'd be nice to move that into here. We can just limit certain only limit certain items. Yeah, okay. Okay, this is starting to clean up. This is starting to clean up. Nice, nice, nice. Nice. Okay. I think this is what we want the interactor to look like. Whew. So get the sections for the popover like normal. Um, this is our popover. We'll get these sections like normal. Then we'll check if there's a path section. Um, if there is one, we'll append it. Otherwise, I'll just carry on. Okay, so now let's implement all that. I guess this can be a and will this available work in a guard? It's been a minute. Station ID. Did we put it directly on underway station? I think we might have. Okay, so we'll pass in the whole station for now, I guess. It'd be nice to move this just off the ID. We'll do that after we get this to compile. Let's see. Catch. If there's an error, we return no, we just don't inconvenience the user. We'll print the error for our benefit. Okay, and then we want to I guess we're doing this in memory, right? We get all the arrivals. I guess we get the minimum arrival time that's still in the future, right? I guess first we need to filter out all the ones in the past and then get the minimum. It's been so much nicer using SQL to do this stuff for our normal arrivals. Normal, I mean subway arrivals. I guess I want to make path arrival be comparable. I don't have to do that comparable too many times. The compiler gives me an autocomplete. Thanks. Since these are just states, we can just compare them less than file. And we don't need to implement minimum there. But we do need to filter for the ones that are in the future, I guess. Although actually, I don't think we need to do that. I think the API should be just returning any ones we can use. And then I guess let's make a section. That's what we started doing here. I guess there could be multiple routes. Yeah, I guess I guess we should handle that. So I guess we need to get all the distinct routes that are currently here. I guess that's a function we can put on the path arrivals response. Routes. I guess we can say these are path routes. Trains.map. Get the route off of it. And make a set out of it. Pretty easy. Oh, I have a bar. Let's say and I guess we want to loop through these. Didn't I just oh wait a second. Oh, I guess I need to copy it over. I guess I have this thing going on. Let's set routes. Man says the real official birdie. Hey, welcome back. Working on the subway app again. We're adding in path routes. Path is this other little system here that connects Newark, Jersey City, and New York City. And it's been quite the refactoring. It's been quite the refactoring. Um, so we're getting really close to showing path routes here. Expect we'll get it in the next hour or two, hopefully sooner, but it always takes longer than you expect, no matter what. How have you been? See, I guess as I'm thinking through this, I guess you want to like loop through these. This is an array. Um, false. I'm not showing service alerts yet for path, so these can be nothing reported. Directional style is always going to be south-north. Formatting here a bit. Make this this structure here. .id. What goes in here then? It's not that. Let's take a look. Direction.style. Yeah, south north is it's having a tough time, and I'm not sure why. Let's see if I make these nil for a hot minute. Still failed. Let's see where it is. Still cannot infer. I need to make this like explicit as possible. I mean, I guess it'll help find the error. Convert return type of expression entries. Those look identical to me. I guess that said explicitly. Array instead of square brackets. It's the only chain difference I could see. I'm guessing there's got to be something else I'm not seeing right now. Reduction style entries. Oh, this one's value instead of entries. I really think the compiler could have just said you have the wrong labeling. Let's see, distinct routes, sure. Then a little healthier now. So now we want to compute the next arrival in each of these directions. Put them in here. Oh man, this is asking for a full ass drive up. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. arrival here. Like, this is just too much information. Um, yeah, I think that I think we need a new type here that can fit regular arrivals and path arrivals here in our short list, aka the popover, this thing right here. Kind of put this stuff on it too. um, we really need a timestamp. I guess we could have a 1 second. 1 second. We'll be right back. How's it going? Yes, we can have the status. This was to handle if the MTA closed the station, but they still have their arrivals in the feed, which is really frustrating for users and myself. Let's both have let const and var. I mean, let makes it a constant, and var makes it a variable. You're asking from JavaScript? I'm not sure there's a difference between let const and just const in JavaScript. The variable is the same. What is let? Can be updated. Oh, I guess let is the same as const. And you can scope things on a type or elsewhere. I want to get to compiling state before doing this this refactor. Okay, right. Yeah. Here. So we should be compiling here. Actually, we can see if this works a little bit. Yeah, we get two trains coming through. We haven't updated the times yet. Those are said to be nil, but they're there. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna put a save point in. Path counts popover, but not the times yet. Yeah, so this decorated arrival has kind of too much stuff for what we need. Um, mainly, mainly because it has this arrival on it, uh, which has too much for what the shortlist needs. What does the shortlist need from the arrival? I guess we could find that out now that we're compiling by just swapping the type out. It's not going to let us have to do a little bit more to get the compiler to help us out here. And some failures. Creatable. So this is building up the decorated arrival. Um, and I was kind of hoping that the compiler would help us from the other direction. I don't really care who's feeding into this right now. I want to know who's using it so I know how to define find the API for it. I guess for now, to get around that, we could have this initialize itself from a decorated arrival. This is, we're gonna have to actually implement this. Okay, I think we're gonna have to actually look at some code. I was hoping the compiler would help us out. We're gonna have to basically implement it to know what we need to implement. That's just a circle to me. Um, let's hop over to the center. And what does this entity look like? There's a bunch of shortlist sections. That's expected. Um, maybe we'll go to the view and see what the view peels off of this. The view model. Is there a cell? There is a cell. So where do we set? Here we go. We get an arrival view model. Let's run an arrival view model. Oh, okay. Interesting. I feel like we could do a little bit more of this inside of the interactor uh, instead of getting that decorated arrival, since that is causing some strife at the moment. Let's see, what else is this getting against the route, against the arrival view model, um, uses the batch key. Yeah, uses the batch key from the route and throw subverts. Yeah, we don't. There's a lot we can peel off. Um, so let's see. The presenter. Yeah, we're getting decorated arrivals and hmm, yeah, some of these are going to have trip IDs, and path trains don't have trip IDs. Maybe that'll be just an optional field. That um, I guess it wasn't an arrival. It was like an arrival view model. Um, I think it's using. Let's clear out this code. Oh, so this is defined in the main app. Maybe it's time to move this down into core. Oh, I guess it computes. Have a little bit of a tangle, huh? Oh my goodness. We can leave this here as an extension. So here's our models. And we really should be just sending less stuff down from the server. I think there is going to have to be a feed change. So this will help. Uh, this will help motivate the cleanup there. Ooh, and I not have an ID. Ah, well, I guess for the path ones, we can create our own ones, our own IDs, um, just to make it identifiable, which is only really used for Swift UI. Yeah, so instead of getting a decorated arrival out, this will be a shortlist arrival. Um, I mean, do we need a new type here? I mean, I guess we have an arrival view model. Can we use this? Will this work for us? It's public. Those errors are calm down on that. Creatable. Let's add a creatable components. It should be able to be auto-generated by the compiler. Oh, I think if we add here, cool. And here, this wants to be an extension model. Though I guess who owns decorated arrival? It's deep in the API client. So I guess I'll have to move this over there. I don't think this has to be public anymore. Let's try it. Oh, yeah, so this needs a. Not sure how easy this is for you all to follow. I feel like I'm kind of going in circles as the compiler drags me around. Answer any questions that I can. We have access to a date provider here. We do. Perfect. We're back. The compiler can bring us back to that error we were just fixing. This is oh, did it? That's my guess. This is this model that have the train ID. It doesn't. Um, yeah, so I guess I'll have to add those as types here, as additional fields. Kind of does make me want to go um, go back to creating our own type here. Maybe that'll still be the way that we go. I guess it seems I have already so many types to represent revivals. I'm kind of reluctant to add another one. There's one reason why I'm just adding more fields here. Well, this does include the station status in it. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, this is separate from rival view model has no member rival. Um, yeah, I guess we have that really nice subscript thing to make this a little bit nicer. I think this is kind of what we would want it to look like. We would say show arrival detail for that trip ID. Um, where entry dot oh, there's no application ID here. Interesting. Um, tricky. Okay, well let's add this the subscriptor. think this is how we do it. Music. All right, in this app, I don't do all caps acronyms. Other apps I do. Right. Then I guess the decorated arrival had a location on it, and that is now missing. I think it should go caps on the entry. I guess there's like the station that we're at, and then the where the user kind of clicked in from is kind of a separate idea. This is gonna we're like really deep into this refactoring. Ooh, hopefully not too far from no return. Um, when I tried to convert the all arrivals view into Swift UI, that's where the arrivals view model came from. Um, I guess we can copy this here. What is this? Current location. And glad I saw that because I guess we don't have to have that field here luckily because it's already on that presenter. Location.id. This is signature to navigate to there from here. At our interfaces, router. Oh, just a location. Argument labels. Let's forward you to. Sure. This is the old one, which can be deleted. Okay, so then let's just back up the presenter. Let's see, are there any other errors you can fix instead of this one? Here we have to we have to check to make sure that the trip ID exists. Right. This now wants a date provider. Who is using this? I want to see where it's created, right? Just in previews and just as in screen. And again, this is the Swift UI version of all arrivals. This is not live code. It's annoying to need to change this, but maybe we should just access directly instead of through the environment because it needs to conform to observable object, and that's kind of a mess. And this isn't live code, so there's not as much need to get this perfectly right. Please compile. Errors, of course, but they're not. They are here. This is internal. Oh, right. I think that's here. Okay, so this will be public, and then we should be good. We should clean up because we just fixed that. Let's see. Does this have access to a date provider? Doesn't. We should be able to give it. We are in the center. The whole point of having a date provider is you can easily stub the time. Which is what I do when I make the screenshots. we just fixed that. Maybe, oh, okay, we need to fix some other stuff before this compiles. This isn't compiling, so the module using this doesn't know that it's fixed here. Missing arguments. But yeah, we're still getting the decorator arrival behind the scenes here, but hopefully we can clean that out soon. So for the going back to path trains, these don't have trip ID. They are hard-coded nil. Still working on getting these going, but we still have other things to fix first. Extra argument. Where's the init for this thing? I knew I wanted to pass it in somewhere. Guess I need to find extensions of this. And I guess we could pass it now directly. Doesn't quite matter too much. They well, oh, yeah, these actually should be null. That's true. I guess means if this is correct, we actually didn't need to pass in the date provider. Because I got a little short-sighted. Ooh, build succeeded. This which actually removes all that little bit of typing we did. No worries. No worries at all. It's always red. That was the motivation for adding that in the first place. Cool. So what did we accomplish here? I guess we made the shortlist section take an arrival view model with an optional trip ID instead of a decorated arrival. Now, this should make it easier for the API client to create arrival view models here. So there's just, a little bit more to do. We need to, I guess, check if there's an arrival there. So um, I guess maybe we want a helper method that'll say something like arrivals dot next uh, next arrival route action. Something like that. And it's going to be a little bit different than this because we also have to filter by the route. Let's go ahead and define this. I guess this will be an optional arrival view model. Yeah, so I guess we want to it could be nice to do like a little subscript thing here. Um, it's files. I guess we're going to say self direction filter for this route, I guess. And get the one. Oh, and I guess the point of these being not nil is that we have that empty state to represent nil. Right. Okay. Purpose entry. Still doing stuff here. Return empty for now, and hopefully we build. It would be nice to put a yeah, nice to put a commit point here. Uh, great. And I guess these arrivals going to have to be renamed to like NYCT models or something like that, or subway arrivals. Right now they're just called arrival. Separate arrival entry. Now we use the arrival view model, which is a little bit more reusable. I think we can just return this. If this is optional, right? Oh, we still have to, okay. This is a path arrival, not an arrival view model. So let's make the arrival view model. Hey, welcome back. Yes, so you can download the app currently on the App Store. Also available for Android. Turn empty if it's nil. If we have it, and we can make a turn dot arriving. Come on, give me some autocompletes. Yes, so give me some autocompletes. Yay. Okay. Here, I guess we'll make up an ID. Since these aren't coming from our server, we can just make up whatever, just as long as it's unique. Heading home, says DVS Concept. Have a great day. Happy coding. Thank you so much. Thanks so much for stopping by. I really appreciate that. You have a wonderful ride home. Joe says, so for someone who doesn't live in New York City, what benefit does Underway have over something like Google Maps? I hope this doesn't come off as a slight. I'm genuinely curious. No, that's a great question. I guess for starters, we have the official MTA map in here. Google Maps is their own map, which is fine. It's kind of two different usages of the same map. I think this is just easier to see what's going on. Like the landmarks that the subway map highlights, I think make sense for traveling the subway. For someone, when you use Google Maps, you see like restaurants and ads for like Uber and stuff like that. It's like I don't want that. Um, we have ads, but it's a little small thing at the bottom. Oh, the development version isn't showing the ad right now. It's a little small thing at the bottom. It's out of the way. You can clearly see the arrivals, and not sure if Google Maps has fixed this or not. But I guess what was I going to say? I mean, I guess we only focus on the subway. I mean, we're adding in new stuff now, but I guess it's just clear information for only the subway. Whereas maps, because it's generic, it has to be more things to more people. It has to cater to people who are walking and who are driving a car, and like we only do rail stuff because rails have been like nailed to the ground. They're not moving the same way that cars are. So you can kind of simplify certain things in a way that a general map app like Apple Maps or Google Maps, they just can't, because they have to cater to more types of usage. Like for example, our search, you can search for anything in Google Maps. You can search for a restaurant, you can search for whatever. But I guess in our search, you search for only subway stops, um, which is, I guess the benefit is focus. Um, Another benefit is, I've lived here since 2007. I'm sure Google Maps engineers live here too. I guess they also have to cater to people living in Chicago and Kuala Lumpur and Sri Lanka. It's just it has to be more general use. Okay, I understand. That's great. No, that's a fantastic question. Thanks for asking. Yeah, so that's a that's a few of the benefits. Um, and then I think last time I checked, Google Maps didn't have this. You can share a train. You can share a link to a train, um, so that folks can meet up with you. I know when you're arriving. My brother lives in Brooklyn, says Joe. I'm going to send him the app right now. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate the publicity. Um, Coming back to it, we're computing the next path arrival. Um, Computing an ID for this. So I guess we could just say the timestamp of this thing. Um, the It's inaccessible. Make it inaccessible, bro. Let's make it public. Which unfortunately means defining it from scratch. Then we do in the next version of Xcode, if they're adding an autocomplete for this, you don't have to type this out. Uh, I'm doing played with the beta a bit. It feels really nice to have this autocomplete for you instead of having to type it out. Here we are. One last item. Excited for that personally. Oh, right on. Which apps are you working on right now? I guess we can make this its own little line here. You may have told me last time. I'm just sorry, I forget what you're working on. Another timestamp. All right, it's called projected arrival. I guess the time interval then will be, this looks, you can just use a date provider directly here. Um, Joe says, I'm working on a portfolio app at the moment. Oh yeah, that sounds familiar. Still have a lot to learn, but I'm trying to do a career change into iOS development. Right on. Right on. Hey, we got some, we got some path trains. That's why there's no downtown blue train here. That's not explained. Um, let's see. Does the Path website have train times also? This is just. I want to see the schedule. I want to see real time arrivals. Ugh, am I gonna have to download this app just to check on things? Hey, they have train IDs. How come their API doesn't expose train IDs? Okay, let's look at this app just so I can confirm we got the right stuff. Application store. Oh, I have it downloaded already. Okay, let's open it up. Now, no notifications, no thanks. Accept a privacy statement. Okay. And this is what I don't like about transit apps. You have to select an origin and a destination. Like, I just want to see the times. And yeah, that's what my app does. Origin, 33rd Street, destination, sure it's good in New York. Um, uh, this is way off from what there. These are like, they're just, well, I guess that matches what's in the app right now. My refresh spinner is not stopping. Oops. Is that broken in the live version of my app? No. Okay. Well, I guess there's arrivals everywhere now. And I guess I need to make sure the order of this stays stable. Does your app use a map kit with a custom view? No, it does not. I guess that's another difference with Google Maps, is that you have to give them your location. Um, Strongly encourage it. They've figured out. You don't have to use the location at all with this app. You don't need to allow it to use anything. I mean, I guess you need to allow it to use an internet connection if you want to see times, but even then, it could be just a basic map in your pocket. Look at all this beautiful map you get to see. Um, just a few buttons on the side. It's not too many buttons. Um, yeah, it's a MTA publishes it as a PDF, and I do some tiling to cut it into tiles. Assets, MTA map. So we publish a normal map and a night map. And then I have a script in Swish, which is a little bit of a runner that I wrote. And cut them into like my image format type because I was also doing PNGs for a while. I convert the PDF using graphics and this code right here. And then what else for make tiles? Reset the directory, I delete everything. Yeah, then I go through all the slices of the map and create a bunch of tiles, and it looks like this. Oh, awesome! That's awesome. Thank you so much. Zooms in pretty far. Yeah, and then for Android, it's very similar, but I'm not using my own custom script. I think it's called generate tiles. Message. Tile generate. It's tiles generate. I'm using a little app called BIPS, which is part of Homebrew and American WebP. It's the same idea of tiling. But here, a third-party option works just fine. For a hike, I was having trouble, I think, with BIPS for a hike. I don't remember. Or perhaps I didn't realize that the IPS could handle hike till after I wrote all that. Could be either way. I guess what's nice about my script is I don't have to export the PDF manually to WebP first, which is what I have to do here. Oh, I guess it's as a PNG, and then it cuts it into WebPs. My script takes it directly from a PDF into the tiles. Yeah, so when the MTA publishes a new map, a new version of the app, and make sure that at least all the stations line up. I try to do a diff to see if they moved any stations, which does happen. And then I have to update the locations in my database. I can show you. Have maps going back to 2018 when I started saving them. It's about every couple months. Thanks for walking through the logic for me. That was informative. Yeah, no problem. I love talking about my app. If you have any other questions. Yeah, so we are compiling. We did see some arrivals, but it keeps switching orders. So we need to make sure that that doesn't happen. See, what we want to do is I'm going to make sure these are comparable. Because these will have an order, basically this one here. And then I want to make sure that these are sorted in the right order. So, autocomplete, thank you. And then put this at the bottom. I'm going to compare the left order with the right order. I don't know if I need to reverse this. I don't know if one, well, that should be fine. I think that's what I do for underway this thing. Reverse the order. This this has its own ordering over here. And that already exists, so I'm actually a little confused why the order of this was. Oh, I know why. I know why. So that would be client. What I do is these distinct routes. This is a set, so it's any order. We want to say sorted. Now they should be in a stable order. And in fact, perhaps distinct routes support it itself. Let's confirm that worked. I guess this is backwards, right? Blue should go on top. Okay, I guess we can't guarantee. It's just. I was a little surprised that we came up on top there. Let's check that we have the right order. They have yellow first. Interesting. I guess I kept seeing blue before yellow. I guess yellow is first. Okay. Is that the order I have inside of my application? Compare and contrast. New York, Journal Square 33rd, Square 33rd, Hoboken, Hoboken 33rd. Oh, okay. So I I was wrong. Blue does not come first. Yellow does. Um, cool. So this is correct. Okay. So why is there a no uptown here? I'm opening up my app. I meant to open the Path app again. Oh, doesn't have a blue train. The next train to New York. Wow! 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 Okay, is that like the last train of the day or what? Oh, now we have another one. So, wow. Okay, well, my app is not broken. That's just how the Path train works. I'm sure users are gonna love it. Love, love that knowing. I'm sure there's a train coming. Just why don't they say it's like 10 minutes out or something? Um, okay, now their screenshot showed that they have train IDs. I am so curious about that. Um, where's their thing? Oh, they have it on their website. Okay, that's good to know. I don't have to up to my phone to double check the stuff in my app is right. Um, ooh, they have alerts. Right, it's like tweets, tweets and emails. Basically impossible to show in an app. The elevator. Guess they're only taking responsibility for the one that connects with the path. Um, oh, this will be nice for when we add in stations here. So we do show, ooh, we do show elevator stuff. MTA. Where was that? Where's that little bit about their app? Oh, here it is. Reload, I guess. Okay, so how do I get to this screen? This is looks like it's on the real time tab. Oh, this is like a different version of the app. It looks similar, but it's not the same. Uh, Maybe they removed. I want to show this. As far as I know, their API does not have that information. Okay. Um, so we're showing path arrivals in the app. Uh, that's amazing. I guess we need better labels down here to say this is path. Maybe we want to say like New York to New Jersey. Um, before we get too carried away, let's commit code path arrivals. I guess what's next? Direction labels. Tables and labels. And I want an option to like hide the path stuff. Like if we add New Jersey Transit and don't have a way to hide it from here, from Penn Station, that's going to be, so we want to have a way to show only the services you're interested in. I guess we could have it as a setting. Oh, and I guess also let me say this. I guess I could show the problem. So I guess here we are making a network call. It really really because this is just hitting a local database because we load all the train times all at once so that if you go in a tunnel, you still have network service. Oh, that's another thing for what's different between us and Google Maps. Is when you refresh, when you download all the times for the entire system. So if you go into a tunnel, you can see trains everywhere. I'm pretty sure the Google doesn't do that. Maybe they do. Um, yeah, so this network call should be not in the same critical path. Um, basically, like if it's there, um, yeah, show it. Like when it comes in, yeah, show it. But don't force the user to wait for it. In fact, I would say that's the next most important thing, uh, even over the direction labels. Because that's something that I'm pretty sure we can get. I'm pretty sure we'll get both of these fine, but it is pretty important. Um, I guess we can have another entity holder. Um, update the UI. So I guess if we this switch is going to get a little bit more complicated. I'm not loving that. I mean, I guess we just saying that out loud, we don't have to have this inside of the switch statement. We have it um, kind of on its own, just like add stuff to here if it needs to. Let's see. Um, do default for the other two cases. And I guess we'll put this inside. Huh. Right, they're both arrays, but for some reason it does not like adding them together. Maybe if I guess I'll just do that then. Actually, let's make this explicit. Yeah, so then we can probably do a little bit of a lambda here. It's going to be a list of footless sections. Getting kind of big in there. This will be so then here we will return there we go. It's the indentation. Cool. So now when we refresh, we want to both endpoints, I guess. I think this is redundant because I have a did set on the section. define these methods here and then add them to an interface. Joe says, do you work for a company or do you only do independent develop freelancing? I think you're asking, am I a W-2 employee? No, I am not a W-2 employee. I have my app that I work on. I do a little bit of freelancing. Always looking for more freelancing and working on my apps in between, which is what I love to do. I love working on my apps. I am a more of an artiste, perhaps, than a workhorse or something like that. That's not the right words. I really like expressing my own apps, my ideas that I have for apps. In a large company, you're often seen as like a workhorse that does other people's ideas, which I can do. I have a lot of stuff that I want to say. Um, and I haven't found the right company that lets me do that. I'm open to that as well. I'm open to a W-2 employment where I can be creative. I have not yet found that. And yes, I am looking for looking for new gigs, looking for new work. Um, gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. Seems to be the end goal. I guess I'm sighing a little bit because, yeah, I guess a lot of my clients were kind of small people that were creative or small businesses. I feel like everything is just like really big business now, or or broke. Like you're working for Jeffrey Bezos or you're broke. It's not quite that bad, but I feel like that's the direction that going in. It makes me sad. I want to be wrong. So let's go to the interactor. So I guess I want to start separate tasks instead of one task. Working for X billionaire or Y wannabe billionaire. I'm just an artiste. I need to sing my song on one of my apps. Let's see. So yeah, be on this, and then copy this path bit down here, and then this is just going to return the shortlist sections as before. The presenter is going to be in charge of combining these together, not the interactive. These need to be two independent calls, two independent background calls. Do me like that. And we would say yes, weak self. But I guess here we have to check if it's nil. Else, also say that there's no path. There has no path. Perfect. 18th Street. So it kind of jumped around on that second load. Interesting. Yeah, that jump, we probably don't want to have that jump. I have some ideas for it. Let me get some water. It's a hot day. PC on. I will be right back. Joe, Joe says that head up for some meetings. Thanks for answering all my questions. Thank you so much for your questions, and you also have a wonderful day. Before I got some more water, I was thinking about, now let's just fast all the time, right? Yeah, this takes a little bit of time to load. This takes some time to load. We should probably show something other than having it jump around like, yeah, like that. That is gonna be awkward. Um, so a few ideas there. Um, we could have an empty section. So that at least the frame will be there and it'll just be like dash, dash, dash. It'll be like empty. It'll just show like the two routes, but with, yeah, I guess no time because it hasn't loaded yet. Um, and I guess the wrinkle there is that the wrinkle there is that on the weekends this combines into one route. Um, Typically, when a route isn't running, you see like the Z train, it still shows up because, wait, is the Z train not on the map anymore? Oh, not on the map anymore. It's because it's suspended through September 2022. Um, Usually there's like a Z around all of these, so you can see. I mean, we base that off the map. That's why this is a constant. Is there anything else not running right now? Service on the Bronx. Oh, it's just running both through. That's exciting. Yeah, I guess I don't want to like check, hey, are we the weekend? I don't like having schedules going on. That's kind of another thing to keep track of. Those are apps. Yeah, so I guess there could be some logic by the PATH API client to merge the two there. Um, let's see, but we did successfully put off the critical path. I'd like to commit that. Now we want to not have the UI jump while leading path trees. Oh, hey, Franz. Oh, thank you so much for the subscription. Holy cow. How have you been? Oh my God, that made my day. Thank you so much. Working on my game. Oh, cool. How's it coming along? It's pretty done. That's pretty good. Um, just a few UI touch. Oh, right on. Right on. Are you gonna publish it to the App Store or just keep it for yourself? The important thing is that I've learned a lot of things. Yes, 100% agree. That's the most fun part. Maybe in the future you'll publish it. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess the $99 publishing cost. Uh, yeah. Yeah, it's $99 in the US, which is still, that's not cheap either. I guess this should have two things, like an initial shortlist section, and then like one that actually does some stuff. I'm gonna learn Core Data, says Franz, and Firebase now. Oh, right on. I have largely been able to avoid core data my entire life. Apps that I worked on where there was core data, it was on a team big enough that I ended up not doing any core data. Um, my favorite is GRDB. Um, my favorite is GRDB, an open source SQLite wrapper. Been using it for a long time for multiple apps, Swift UI and UIKit. Um, yeah, core data is going to be around for a very long time. For learning, I'm sure it'll pay off at some point. Other people seem to like Realm. Um, I haven't had extensive experience with Realm. It says, I hope I will find a little job in the future. Yeah, I hope so too. I mean, I'm cheering for you. Living in Turkey. Oh, cool. I love Turkish food. Name a country, and I love their food, probably. I just like food, I guess, is the real takeaway here. The minimal price is 5K TRY. It's like $250. Wow. It's up there. Now we could show an empty list for they don't have iOS 15, but I think that's how we're going to sell this. Is the path stuff is only available on iOS 15. So I guess we'll keep it consistent like this. That's why I'm doing that there. Ron says, if I find a job from the internet, like $1,000, really good money in my country, and nothing for euros in US countries. Yeah, yeah. I hear what you're saying. Um, I guess each path station should know which routes usually arrive there. What you suggest for learning in Swift? I don't know anything in UIKit. Um, are you asking for videos to watch? Who's that guy? Um, who's, Dev? Yeah, this is I think he's from London. He has like a lots and lots of videos. Um, I learned for UIKit. Um, oh yeah, Swift. Swift is the future for Apple. They've stated um, pretty explicitly. Um, Oh, SwiftUI. Yeah, Apple says SwiftUI is the path forward, and it's almost ready for production. Um, if you're doing simple apps, it's probably fine already. iOS 16 for simple apps, it's probably definitely fine. For any kind of complex stuff, though, there's still some rough edges on SwiftUI where you need to drop down to um, the UI kit. But SwiftUI is so nice. Yeah, if you have the choice, I would just say do SwiftUI, and it'll catch up to you by next year. Next September, it should be actually production ready with how close iOS 16 seems to be. Um, and I guess Apple showed that slide at WWDC about Swift being the future. Did anyone post a picture of that? Oh, maybe the recap has that. Oh, this is just someone's blog post. Um, yeah, yeah. Apple explicitly is pushing Swift and SwiftUI as the best way to build an app. Um, I would say it's like 95% of the way there for, especially as a beginner, that kind of apps you're going to be making. And then hopefully by the time you get more advanced in iOS 17, next September, it'll actually be fully ready for everything. Um, I think because of how straightforward Apple is being with this, um, that investing in learning SwiftUI as a beginner is definitely a exactly. You'll be a pro by then. Um, the best investing in SwiftUI is, is not going to bite you in the butt. You can always go back and learn UIKit later if you feel like you need something from it. Yeah, Apple seems convinced that SwiftUI is here to stay, and so Apple's going to keep investing in it, keep getting better. So I guess if we're going to show something kind of as a loading screen for the path trains, um, doesn't stutter like that, we need to show which trains usually stop there. Um, Franz asks, Swift is Swift. It's not chance, right? Programming language, same in Swift UI and UIKit. Yeah, yeah. Swift is the same programming language for both. Um, I kind of wish they didn't call it Swift UI. Um, it's just not very descriptive. Um, UIKit, at least it's like a whole word. Like Swift and Swift UI, they just sound too close to each other. Let's get out that. Let's write some stuff in here. forward. Mark and Harrison are both center. Girl Square also has and also another one that goes to 33rd from Girl Square. Change Place has Path to World Trade Center. Center has Path to World Trade Center, or North Trade Center. Change Place also has Hoboken to World Trade Center. World Trade Center also has Hoboken. Enter. Cool. Newport has I guess that's Charles Square to 33rd. And Hoboken to World Trade Center. Hoboken has 2 trains. And then these are going to be all the same. So once I do one, I can copy them all down. Let's a little bit so I can see both. The weekday routes. Do we want to also encode the weekend routes? I guess so. I guess the app will bounce if it loads incorrectly. But don't know what a holiday is necessarily. I'm gonna have to come up with some other logic. There might be a little bit of a bounce on the weekends, I guess. Maybe we can like if we notice that yeah, I guess if we see this caterpillar train in the feed, then we know it's the holiday schedule. We can kind of cache that result for a little bit so that the UI doesn't bounce until we stop seeing it. And we start seeing um, these other trains. So we know the weekend's over. Not sure the best approach to. Well, I guess this is always going to be the maximum number of trains. I'm not sure. Maybe I'll have to talk to some of my Jersey friends. They think we should show. Um, we do need something for initial. Weekend routes. It. Bunch of empty ones, really. Yep. Oh, have it. It should be good, or do I need another brace somewhere? Is it? Is it good? Again. Okay, so we're compiling. Now we need to use this, I guess. Go to the how do we do this? Um, so we could set it in the initializer. Oh, I guess let's do an if um, do if I guess this is okay for now. I feel like this architecture is not going to scale as we. Ooh, did you see that? That was nice. It was like blank, and then it came in. The UI didn't jump around. It just popped on in. Yeah, so adding this path stuff kind of on the side here is not going to scale as we add in Metro North and New Jersey Transit, stuff like that. I guess we're not there yet. I guess this is fine for now. it is something to sort of process in the back of our minds of how do now that we've actually done some implementation work, how we would want to refactor this stuff. Having it separate like this is nice for managing like the loading sequences. Um, well, I guess in particular, like we're getting this path stuff directly from uh, an API. This isn't coming. Yeah, so this should be showing an empty blue here, and it's not. Okay, so we did this. Um, and I guess our next task would be empty slots. Disappear sometimes. Yes, that is right. That is what the API is showing. There's no blue train ever going to arrive. I wish they gave us a little bit further out estimates. Than just like no train. That's a little jarring. I checked the Path's own apps. That's what they have decided is best. That is what it is. I guess the next thing, there's no blue trains. It should show the blue sign with dashes on the side of it. I guess that would be API client. This would be one way to do it, like to always show the weekday routes. And let's look at us. This will fix the problem. I mean, this fixes the problem, but there's something else to keep in mind. Just need to wait for the blue train to disappear, I guess. Um, I mean, I know this is going to work because I've used this approach for the MTA's routes. I guess this would just be routes. Um, I guess what we want to do is because they collapse on the weekend, uh, it would show like it would be like empty orange, empty blue. Then it would show the blue slash orange route. Um, that's not a great experience. You probably only want to show the combined uh, this combined caterpillar train route. Okay, let me get some more water. I mean, I guess we completed this task, but there's a new task. New task would be UI jumping on the weekend. Expected trains aren't there. I guess it's fine if it jumps just a little bit. It's just me like one versus two. I guess it's like showing empty stuff or stuff that's like not there at all. I guess there's like a little bit of logic for this. I guess this would be like if let's see. Let's take a look at the map on what the logic might be. Like if the caterpillar train is present and then don't show empty for the other two. Um, I mean, I guess we could go by the schedule. Right, but then how do we know it's a holiday or not? Yeah, we have to go by some other kind of indicator to have a smooth UI. Um, like sometimes if there's like construction or if there's like snow, go to the holiday schedule anyway. Um, I mean, I don't want my UI to jump. I don't want to mislead users. I guess that also the issues that like the UI might always jump is because we have to wait for something to come back from the server, right? So that's that's not so great. Um, I mean, I guess we could cache something. Um, the struct would be like uh, day status. And then like when we last updated this, be like a date. Um, Man, my brain is starting to like really shut down. What did we do so far? Just sketch that out. Yeah, I think it might be time to call it for the day. Actually, go this late. Um, Thank you so much all for joining me. We got a lot of work done today. We finished our refactoring of the underway route into path versus subway. We started showing trains on these three stations. Oh, see, do you see how that was empty? Like, yeah, so that'll help the UI to stop jumping less. I still need to figure out if we want to show something different on the weekends, because currently it's going to be like orange, blue, and then the caterpillar train in between, which is not maybe the best experience. But I guess it's okay. I mean, it'll highlight that there's a problem, I guess, unexpected. Um, enough time to think about that. Um, I stream every day starting at 2 p.m., every weekday starting at 2 p.m. Uh, there's a link to my website, philqdeveloper.com, as well as my YouTube, Discord, Twitter, and my Ko-Fi. Thanks for letting me share my favorite app with you, the app I'm working on, Underway. It's in the App Store now for iOS and Android. Have a good morning, evening, or night, wherever you are. Thanks again.